These items could be dispersed from 618 further onward. Yeah. Dear God, I need to like save so much. Anyways, hi, hello, it is I, your local miso, and we got a new Limbus company. I feel like I could have made a funnier thumbnail, but I had like no clue as to what I could have made, to be honest. But we're here, we're back. Yeah, sure, why not? I think it'd be funny. Oh, what did we get? Oh, alright, damn. Yeah, that's cool. Sick. Well, that saves me mersault stuff, so I'm chill with that. And it's the ego, too. That's kind of crazy. Alright. And now we don't pull ever again. Alright, so another mersault ego. The fact that I got the ego out of everything, damn, that is kind of crazy. Now I can actually, how many mersault things do I even have? I do not have any mersault ego shards. Okay, good thing I got that then. Jesus Christ, man. No sun has ever risen above the castle. This too shall shrunk. So what is this ego? I just got. It's an ego too, that's even rarer. So, shattered. If landing was used exclusive because we want your earth for any resource. That's part of plus one. Okay, well, this isn't. I wish there was a way to view this. I guess we're outside. Kabuya. Nice. It's okay. So when used for the first time in an encounter, consume 15 less SP if placed on mental control. Class power plus 1 deals 6% damage for every 4 poise on self. Okay, if this unit gains Drink to the Fallen, gain 1 poise for every stack lineage, it gets 2 poise for every stack instead, please. His skills plus poise on self times 1.5% damage with critical hit max. Base skills that gain poise and poise can't get. Okay. Blaine's Mersault deals plus 2% damage against the main target set. Before gain plus highest resident divided by 2 attack weight, max 2, rounded down. 3 plus highest allies are deploying. Shadow Vested Blade Slinger. Trigger randomly, class power plus 200. Okay. Oh. Wow, okay. Oh, this is just close. Wait, so then what was the added stuff here? Just drink another, I guess, Drink to the Fallen from the looks of it? Because usually yellow means like it adds stuff, I guess. Well, that's cool. Or maybe not. Oh, so that's another number change. It does 200 and then 100%. Okay. I mean, it's still pretty good. Just for it by itself, or just being an uptight 3, so that's fine. Not like I can afford uptight 4 stuff, considering I'm poor. All my resources gone, reduced to atoms, gone, like nothing there. Base power -2 for every cracked coin. All allies, enemies allies gain plus for every kind of one slash damage or plus for What's your passive? Always activate Blade Line's mentor exclusive effect. On hit with a base skill, inflict 2 bleed on target. The identity counts as an identity that applies bleed and poise. This identity base skills count as skills that inflict bleed and poise. When an ally is defeated, gain 1 Drink to the Fallen next turn. If the fallen ally is a Blade Age, you gain 2. If this unit has Drink to the Fallen into resentment state, yeah. On hit, heal by 10% of damage dealt using this skill. Wow. Okay. Related mentor Marcel gains resentful scabbard as well above the effects. This ego is literally just built for it's literally for Marcel. Kim Marcel. When an ally includes this unit takes HP damage, gain resentment equal to taking a memorable passive now ignores conditions to activate mass potential when active prize in place word of all man the truth of what it means. I'm using you my flesh until skull and the series not to 10, clash boost, blah blah. Wow. If the G does up, drink the fallen, folly expect. The following effects are expired. Growing something doesn't mention. The G drink the fallen. The G takes down to it, brings spear, heals, drinks the fallen, and drinks the fallen. Sure. Okay. Okay. Well, other than this literally being made for you, that's pretty good. And I just have to grab. I really do not have any other. Oh, I guess I do have you, huh? Does this team have a lot of envy? It actually does have a fair amount of envy. Do you have envy on your stuff? No. Do you have envy? Yeah. Dude, not you. Do you have envy? Yeah, you're not even uptight at all. Do you have envy? No. Oh, you do actually have envy. I lied. Alright. Well, this is just poise, actually. No, these are highest level guys, I guess. I have any other poise guys? Are you poise? I don't remember. No, you're not. You're sinking. You're just sinking. That's fine. Do I even have a... I mean, I guess we'll just keep you on the team. And then as for you, I would like to level you up. Level 60. Along with my many other Don Quixotes that are also just level 60. My god, it costs so much just to get them to level like 60 or whatsoever, dude. Anyways, right, let's get straight into this one. And oh yeah, we got you, S-Corp, Congo. What are you exactly? Actually, can I see what you are? I know you're. Yeah. Wow. Tokabi. Claim their bones. Me when I claim your bones. It's a funny little haha.
좋아. 이걸로 성공한 임무만. 좋아. 이걸로.
I think we can use almost of our blade lineage. Alright, cool. You're just going to die. And then I just don't have your blade lineage because heck. I guess heck me. Heckle. What do you have? What other identity? I know, I should probably be getting straight into it, but like, let me look through my identities. What identities do I like using a lot that I would be willing to? Yeah, me and Corp. I do like me and Corp. I do like N-Corp. N-Corp is fun. Wow. Alternatively, I just start leveling someone up, huh? Yeah. I don't use any of you guys. I guess I could level up this guy for the funny haha. Actually, nah, let's just save our stuff. Anyways, let's get... Is there anything... How do you have so many level 6s? And why have I given you so many level 6s, actually? Anyways, stages. Consultation session! Yay! No. Wait, for this one, we should go about it like... No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Hi. Oh, no, sorry. Did you say something? Is the volume fine? No. Bump that up. You know, I've been doing nothing but playing deadlock matches. It has honestly ruined my brain. I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rhodia's shopping chatter starts to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district... Oh, so we really are in N-Corp. The bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Odu, Sishmil, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang, and myself were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, Honglu were suppressing distortions as showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rodion and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind me with me on the bus. I wanted to go get through the constellation sessions I'd been putting off and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden ball powers I'd acquire. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this is not the first time Faust has seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, while lost in thought, moments which she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gestalt? May I ask your basis for that interference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remains occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right, you really are cut from the Gestalt. It was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gestalt, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she's sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consolation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individual designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, so the influence of Ryoshu and Ishoi lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was left on Ren-type memories, huh? Let me check on something real quick. I was like thinking to myself of something. Probably not there. Probably forgot about it a long time ago. Just something important, I guess. Whatever. Back to it. That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Ball's power, and Ariasi severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. All my old memories come back though. Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far would not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Oh, you're talking about the actual guy. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be attained from the whole of the experience that you have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasures away at the end of the road, at the end of hell. Then the treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road you'll be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea exactly what an aspect means, or whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like a instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. It means don't worry so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind, you're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. Huh. Click that. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've got pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. I see everything well, cover everywhere. Yaku's supervision and Rodian's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me that much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previous unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Pasta, make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Rhodia, wait, did you just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How does she manage that with a huge big... I noticed his group, let's see. Nah, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, and that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's send the constellation here. This is rather precarious, Dante. If the incident is of such a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Is it bamboo-headed Kim? I gotta fire the bamboo-headed Kim again. Rendezvous. Rendezvous spoon. Got it. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Lotus command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand over arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter! That was close. We almost got flattened. What the hell are you fighting? Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the force of a single hand does indeed make a boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly waved thy arms about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. I think that all of the personnel in the team, only the Swabby has this discipline to interpret the basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days. And realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people to, like the others, to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't even think Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instructions. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Oh my god, it's Ursa! Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, Finito, a million. Finito, a million go. You guys are taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floors form in shape and are crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipients of a wellspring. Eh, don't you worry your head about it. That's all after team take care of. Yeah. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force in your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? The faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire, this one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixture. A sweeper? A sweeper distorted? What? The fuck? And the distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How was this not a mere theatre of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterwards do we begin to perceive the nature and control of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim's also here, so... Oh, so they do have Kim! They do have Kim on the team. Oh, that's so cute. He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. Last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Heng Thu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That? Sigh. We'll get to it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived. Again, why are you... I really feel like you're like Ara Farming. Bruh. Alright. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickles of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there's more to the sun sign than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Yazda. I'm meant to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It's activated of its own accord, and I've yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But, Mentor, Lady Moses have instructed me that in every moment an event, clues are hidden underneath the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. So he's actually talking this time, instead of like, being silent and slashing my face. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. You really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on that role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch. Where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. Oh, what did they do with your hair? Oh, you look... Clip that. That's so high. goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. And you even have a thing. Yeah, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. That's you? I never thought we would get the day to see you, pal, because you were just... Because, again, he was just one of the random receptions you can get. So, like, why? So, like, who the fuck is the other guy then? Search for the inflection point. Excuse me? Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-headed Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just someone. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, the fire on your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. That feels odd, actually seeing your face. Put the... I don't know what to say. I'm curious. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. Alright. Can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man who we'd fought. Just look what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. What's the ticking and talking going on? It's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Nongdo, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them that you are a gallant and formidable warrior mentor. Oh my god, you got a new haircut! And like all of this new design and stuff. You look so cute. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrents of disappointment and the ticking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. This just sounds like you made a big misunderstanding between what he actually is and what he is, you know? Yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and tactful when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truth that might have invited the latter. To ever hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and by mine, by extension. A glaze. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, oh, so you can't see anything of it like this part, huh? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? And you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why does that not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass clears the storm of the heart. You telling him to fucking touch grass? That's so sad. An assessment of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I don't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider Pie. Yeah, it's a good question. You'll have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat, hard, and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious deposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in the expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what You're fucking lazy? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So, let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job, with a frown, too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot ungdo who's apparently been promoting me as folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind, they probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First, they spot this nonsense about distortions and all, and then hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were on again about, what's its name? A golden bar. Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Ungdo, there are times when your commitment to duty shine brighter than the sun. I find that the attitude's so dazzling that I have to squint that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat. To shade my eyes from your brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, I'd submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor. Well, if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget that... You are like glazing your mentor so much. I have never seen it. I did not expect to see this side of you, you know? This is a bit of a whiplash for how I expect. I guess a lot of people. What the fuck is that look? Okay. That right there, that's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is it truly no room for reconsidering? The look he's just giving. No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. Why are you like this? No can. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There's no one else I can trust to complete such a precommit with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, Mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you amid conversation. Pray, continue. Like I said, this is a bit of a whiplash, right? Like, the way you're acting, sure, man, you had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. Yeah. No sooner Hangdu words left her lips than her eyes glint with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent the chills down my spine. Yeah, so that day, I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed in debt to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Engdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Engdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthetics she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrist as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness! We went to machine articulation, just as though I'm beholding the marvelous prosthetic of the illustrated Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. There's a strikingly similar Schwartz Industries N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by the LCD's Phenomenon deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Now you find another like them. They're based on the technology spun from distortions. Oh. That is rather interesting, if you ask me. Oh, I see, huh? For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to his memory, then just as quickly he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. But sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that I apologize. Haha, it's alright, I'm fine now. Oh. Oh, poor Sinclair. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop streets that day. Oh please, girl. We'd walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. He's whistling. While everyone was distracted taking in Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyways, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes in that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? No, I could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably? This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hand, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... No. Otis shouted as a sharp warning at Sinclair, as if she realized something. But Mersault's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, I'm back in. With a quiet nod, Mersault took the object from Sinclair's hand. Is that a film roll? Sure, well, it looks like it. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. I've seen it a few times before. You, seem pretty used to handling a Mersault. Correct. Mersault's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he readjusted the camera on the table certainly looked like that of a first-timer. So... did you perhaps work with these people before? Because you did say you worked at N-Corp. I once received a report containing photographs taken on films during cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They are often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium from what I've heard. And Corp lore, I guess. Interesting. Yeah. A lot of people here seem to have experience with N-Corp, huh? A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyways, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortion, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self, and the conversation away steered conversation away from the subject. Dear God, I can't read. I like seeing Ezra. Tall as hell, though. My God. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted upon ourselves. For all her unfairly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Got her little face, her little cat face. Does there yet remain odds deserving elimination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it seemed like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually destroy it themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Oh. Interesting. Inflection point. Anywho, finding an inflection point within the team leaders around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, though she had just been handed a puzzle with a box with half the pieces missing. I like her expressions. We're just gonna keep clipping those. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may be less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polyseme referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Oh, we're learning about distortions. I love learning about lore. Keep on going. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use the term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortions hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion is never getting solved. Well, I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clocks open a door into the Fathoms or whatever, right? Indeed. You mean Dungeons of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are a really high maintenance, time consuming headache. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the flexion point, but carrying it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient's ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Right. And here I thought you fellows handled it the same way we did. You know, giving them a good beating and start from there. Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the times peeps try brute forcing approaches to it first, and then when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. Our distortion detective! That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the residents of the Butterfly Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the Zwei and Combat Specialized Fiction officers, but none of them that could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring, so I checked somewhere on the streets. Yeah. Exactly, that's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, was it Marcel that was once employed by N-Corp? What, you used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Marcel? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the Hammer's briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the Pin Frame team of services this class. What the hell is this class? Am I even saying that right? Some nails. Right. Mitchell recited the information as though you were pulling it from a file he already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, Pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. The primary duties include handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, sorting and arranging N-Corp's internal information and its intersector. Wow, we really are just learning a bunch of stuff, huh? That'd be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it would be okay if we borrowed him sometime? No. Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They're from the N-Corp's Pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's Nest. Why are people already busy enough dealing with Nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby backstreet like this? Any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have came here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I'll not present a determinative answer to that question. Wow. Ezra stares its holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers for me, you know? Yo! This is the first time I've seen him talk this much in one scene. Because this guy does not... Verso doesn't really talk much. He's a very silent guy. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay, then, Marcel, maybe this will be easier to answer from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined. Marcel's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor from it. A leveling stare that came with... There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and look almost bordering on rebuke. Oh. A rebuttal. Interesting. And the way you looked too. Oh. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. I felt silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Marcel's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected as to why he always refused to make judgments for himself. Yeah. And if this had something to do with this turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad as usual." Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the back streets collaborating with N-Corp's Nest for an identification and arrest of a wanted individuals designated by the Nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Yeah, I'm sure you know a thing or two about that, considering our newly colored fixture was one of those taboo hunters. Like, wings usually leave their minor taboo violations to be handled by a subcontract fixer office or employees of the department in charge. I say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Miss Singdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee's card and... Okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Ah, this might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled out a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents out loud. Work details: elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation, address Butler Street. Okay. This is the place! Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mentioned it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh ho, at long last has there arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd be keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props and he'd give it to Ryorio and Ryoshu and Hong Lu back then. Verily, I have foreseen the day that would come. Oh, I love your expressions. Let me go get another water, because there's a lot of text, though, like, my goodness. Not that I mind, but, jeez. I am back. Fortunately, Hilda switched to no time putting into Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make her dejected, silveric adventuress stuff the costume. So, no, put the costume back on. Okay, then we should get moving too. I really should tell when I'm streaming. I mean, I feel like it's kind of like whenever there's a Limbus update, I'll always be streaming late in the night. Because I'm a maniac like that, of course. Oh. Used to purchase various words. Snap, the sound of a hammer driving a nail in, but what precisely is being driven in? The camera's relays the light of a given moment, then nails it onto a rough paper for exhibition. Was the photograph taken as a record or a reverence? Perhaps the photographs lay about to change depending on which pipette it is made to serve. After all, beams of light nailed down by a hammer, only to be recorded and never remembered, are pitiable things. Within printed photographs, dead lights scream in despair, burned and blackened. The dead lights perish screaming where their nails record the smile of someone standing in the photograph. Right. I mean, yeah, this is basically all the Blade Lineage members in a nutshell. Maybe I can find a Blade Lineage. I mean, is there even a Blade? I don't think anyone's using Blade Lineage Sinclair, right? I'd be surprised, considering everything it looks like. Oh my god, okay, let's just put this guy in. I would be thoroughly surprised if there was one, truth be told, but we spent a long while raffling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. Let's take a picture of this. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings, nothing much to tell from that, aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up. There are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. It's probably best to check the contents of the film room directly. Yeah, Executive Manager. I'll find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of full development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what did you make of the subject? For the 8th time, Angdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all the lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Angdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Interesting. S-Corp lore. Yes, feed me more lore. I love lore. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Must you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Hangdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid taps, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own airing, huh? What? Okay. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Ow, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. The spot. Oh, the wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. 80 times?! But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Is that so? And they suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and then began furiously writing something down. What is this? I've written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words afflict you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. What? I don't know what to say to you, man. These peak quality expressions on his face too. You got one hell of a disciple. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel before this towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe it's the same Mentu Ongdu follows so devoutly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Ongdu said he had? Young Ongdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but, I, too, when speaking to the other those whom I served, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, yet, I understand you consider Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blade of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart. All of these are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted into me. Right. Truly? Why, it is fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true selves yourself one day. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Angdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned, stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I'd ask for your trust, for all that is aim that has been..." Huh. Yeah. Persist, thou hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it is. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this particular bond of commemoration and camaraderie between old chivalric friends, the door outside was flung open with a loud slam. Oh, so these are N-Corp members, huh? We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there were only a single violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Cup employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden... Pop. A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop, and, with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Isra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. Oh, what the hell is this? Suddenly, we're transported to N-Corp, or S-Corp. Where even are we? Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Young-Do? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Huh. So this is we're in a random district. We're in District 14, right? Yeah. Ah, this place. Oh. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp? Yeah, that's a good question. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp out of nowhere? No, Dante, though it generates a considerable sense of familiarity, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space we stood. Right. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and curled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the lights, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depths of the fathoms made entirely out of a distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago executive manager. It is This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. What the fuck? Chicken? Distortion. Right. This ain't the most weirdest, creepiest thing I've seen in a while in this game. What happened to one of you fellas? Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, near suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in bloodstained double robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Yangdu? My blade is poised to strike Lady Eza. And wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I am afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Tanikis of Escorp twice. So this must be like the... Are those the people he was running from in Escorp? Because I assume... I love how people were like Index Honglu or some wacky stuff when they saw the guy. They couldn't be further from the truth who these fellas were. They seemed to be people from Escorp. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for sure. Executive manager. Wherever Kim's gone to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle. Son, who are these fellas? Are they also gonna look as... He's not your bravery for Zephyr. I don't even have Ezra and dude. Oh my god, they look so cute! Look at them! What else do you have? 50? Is that right? Take a picture of that, I guess. Music's wacky too. Funky even. And you got most of the Blade lineage. I'm just missing Sinclair, who doesn't want to come home to me, but whatever. So what the hell are you guys? You guys are creepy looking, is safe to say, you know. You have photos on your face, and I guess you're distortions? Jungin Club Detachment. This purpose run for every 6 hours. You make the final coin into breakable? Alright. Salvation Wound. Gain 2 bleed for every stack, a max stack, and 1 bleed count. Turn end, gain bleed, gain bind equal to stack next turn, and max speed. Aw. Escape cut off. Head splitting memory. On clash, lose, gain 1 head splitting memory once per turn. Securing Hunter Band. Deal 5% damage for every 1 bind on target, max 50%. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics created using Key Corp's singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabric serves the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They can scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communications with distant allies. What? Tracking traces. On class run, gain 2 points for every resident target. On stairs. Okay. Choco, jungle bind. Ooh. Encapsulate. Bind. Good. So you just poise, bleed, and bind. You got anything different on you? Oh. So you are, okay, so if there's one thing that was right, that's, these are the taboo hunters of Escorp, I assume. Chinuka. This unit inflict trust on target, gain prisoner transport. Look how the base one hunt the other base 7 in the cars, what to be. I love that they're, putting a lot more text, or like lore and stuff into passives and skill sets and whatnot. Look how the baseball and hunt the other baseball and serve them to the pause, not to be in a transport. S-Corp commands two sorts of taboo hunters, the Royal Censors and the Chinooks. Agents of the Royal Court, the Royal Censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of supply. Chinooks, much like fixture officers, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or a contract to hunt down a branded is bestowed upon them, each brand hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. Steering hunter guy. Together, destroying the aura bond. Huh. So I'm just saying I'm pretty interested. I think the music's pretty cool. Play their bombs. Yeah, let me just got you. Yeah, we're just gonna. You're just. Oh, yeah, Otis, you're just here for the sake of you just being here, alright? Oh, you guys are also weak to slash. Interesting. I need to uptype for him, by the way. I would like to uptype for all the apprentices and the nurse fathers because they're shrimply that good. I forgot to check on Ezra and Gu. She's made such really cute sprites. So what about you? Alice works out acceleration punch. At 6+ speed, deal 50% damage and 3 haste. Screw or tear. Oh, I recognize that as screwdriver. If the target has a negative effect, deal plus 50% damage, gain plus 5 charge count. At 10+ charge count, convert all skills. You're a charge unit? I don't remember you being a charge last time we fought in the House of Spiders. Dimensional Bass, Nestor Workshop. Draws the next workshop weapon from the dimensional bag. Current workshop weapon, Nestor Workshop Hammer. Next workshop weapon, Screw a Tailor Driver. Alright, so hit the button right as the strike lands and bam, the vibration goes nuts to maximize the area of the impact. It's a riot once you get the hang of it. You're also Tremor. Huh. Nestor Workshop 1-2 Diffuse. The target's now effect to 50% damage. Target is plus 5 Tremor. The Mirror Workshop 5 times the weight. If the target's negative effect, 50% damage. Using enough charge count for one additional count. Tremor count. Oh. Yeah, oh yeah! All out attack mode in MK17. Deal 50% damage for every type of negative effect on target. There's 6+. Wow. Ow. Special handmade golden retriever exclusive X! What? That's so cute. Alright, put that in. Special handmade golden retriever exclusive X. I'll block them and keep you safe. I'll cover you, you get behind me. What else you got? Dimensional bag, alias workshop. Obviously we've seen that before, right? The workshop thing. Like specifically Royland, because he used a lot of those. Everything with his workshop kicks out the cell with a bang, super punchy and satisfying. And then your workshop one goes that's just your passives. Insecurity mask. Oh. Interesting. So you think we'll get Ezra the next time this event comes around? And here we go with you. Rending Arts. Acupuncture. To claim their bones. Right. Why? My God, that's a lot of fucking text. Even the balance, this and rippling flame. Limbus company specialized custom prosthetic prototype MK1 and counter game Dokubi Arms. Dokubi Arms. You perchance speak of the Dokubis that often appear in tales of old. Yeah, right. I recognize the name Dokubi. I just don't remember what Dokubis are. Hold on. Dokubis. Yeah, the mischievous nature spirits in Korean folklore. I know what Dokubis are. I just don't remember what they are exactly or recognize too much. But I've heard the name before. So, Dokubi arms. Perhaps you speak of Dokubis that often appear in tales of old. I can scarcely believe it, yet after all the witnessing while relying on the hospitality of Limbus Company, the existence of Dokubis from folklore may well be and within reason. Come to think of it, I do recall hearing of a name called Dokubi Unit. Interesting. On the outside, it looks no different from prosthetics you might find in the Nest or back streets, but apparently this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what it could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortions. Oh, that's not to say that I have certainty regarding that matter. I was only in charge of transporting it, you see. It's just a simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Right. Demon Fire Spine Clip, Jesus. You like that model? Oh, Nugo's got an eye for quality. Excuse me, can we try this model? Come on, relax. I know the deal. You break it, you buy it. Thanks. See? Told you I'm a regular here. Okay, so the sword and the scabbard comes as a set, so grab them both and feel the weight. How's that? Not as heavy as they look, huh? Oh. Yeah. So there's this particular particle, powder, thingy in that scabbard underpatented by the Mook Workshop. Every time you sheath and unsheath the sword, for a brief moment, the blade comes out way sharper and lighter, and that model you're holding happens to focus on the sharpness, so it's like Bing and Viola, you get a nice buff on your weapon. I think it's one of the Year series models, that Mook Workshop's classic lineup, by the way. Check out the finish here, it's... What the heck? Hey, this is the Year Type 2 model that went out of production. You know what? This stuff really isn't easy to come by. I really like we found it here. Right. If it's such a rarity, Lazy Ezra, perhaps you ought to be wielded instead. No, it's fine. Well, I can see it's literally made for you. And it'll work real nice with those boosters on your new prosthetic arms. You'll need some getting used to, but you'll be one heck of a fighter once you get the hang of it. Anyways, consider it a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially our new girl. No more temp ID. And I accept it with gratitude. By the way, remember that classic lineup part? Super durable, but there are delicate parts that you should watch out not to break. Okay, you know what? Let me break them if it really comes to that. Just don't die on us. I shall take your words to heart. Okay. Enough reading the text of all that, because, oh my god. Wow, okay, yeah, that's stupid strong. Yeah. Hopeless, yeah, that's not surprising. Whoa, get these Doka nerds out of here. So we're fighting distorted N-Corp hunters, which is rather interesting.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어.
Let me just have one cake, Gamoko clan guy here. I also need an uptight 4, you guess. I need a lot of uptight 4s, man. a lot of things, right? A lot of characters that need to be stronger. I don't feel like I'm doing much damage either, honestly. And it's because these IDs are, I mean, they are older IDs, right? Wow. Yeah, get him, Edge, get him, yeah. So, when these guys get upside 5 or whatever, I hope that the entire Blade Leads becomes so much more useful.
직원들이 개체를 제압하는 데 성공했어요. 이걸로 많은 피해를 예방할 수 있을 거예요.
Alright, I can use this now. Let's not immediately use that, I guess. But yeah, no, there's a lot of these are older IDs, and the older IDs aren't as great and cool as the new ones, unfortunately. That, especially so for the, other than Babu had a TM who's always just been goated at what he does. Even ever since release. Not all that great. And you'll be able to kill him right now. Like the music action going on here, it's pretty cool. And that's when I get the Ishmael, I think. I'm doing like no damage whatsoever, huh? I'm doing absolutely jack squat, man. See how this ego looks though, I'm curious. No, you technically already see it, but it looks really cool. Oh, it's just like Bumble had it, like one of his attacks. Yeah, like when he goes up into the air. Wow, okay. Looks like the breath that he made. These are farming a little too hard, honestly.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
The music's cool though. We just finished the fight, honestly. Oh, what the? When did you turn into a? Alright, when the hell did you turn into your distorted form? Yeah, just rock out some there. Oh my god!
이렇게
Why did you reuse
책임질
your coin so many times?
기후팀의 지배자는 완벽한 공격이었어.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고. 제가 늘
I don't remember you having that many coins. What?
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어.
They just decided to use up all of his fucking. Sorry, you just turned. You really did just turn it into the distorted form of that guy. Huh? That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Angdu casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Huh, we're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating the distortions. Beating up the distorted ones will hurt them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Angdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation, without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle. They began searching the space. Pretty V. Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubts in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I ever beheld a surrounding change with so sudden a flash. Really, I cannot make sense of the situation, because I'll render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon. Apologies, it would appear I've overlooked the briefing due to the emergency of the predicament. This is, according to the definition preserved by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. Right. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one's here is covering almost an entire street. Then those people, they entered the space and got caught up in it. Our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happened to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubs off of me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection points. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in double robes. And these are... The glimpse of fizzled upon their headbands, Joe. This week's proposal and pursuit marks them as Jinmokus, functionaries charged with scouting and hunting runaway movies. You hail from the homeland as we do. I'm unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once eliminated among the Kore. Scientists and technicians were daily being disposed of to their station in Escorp, after all. Dispossessed, huh? There was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening Escorp's coffers are seized for worth, and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. They have a real meaning, Nobi. Where's the hereditary slave class in medieval Korea society during the Goryeo and Joseon dynasty? So it must mean slave then, right? So what was that corp again? Escorp was either Japan or Korean. I think it's Korean. Yeah. Interesting. So they do have quite a lot of Korean culture, it seems. And yeah, literally a Korean author and whatnot. So Korean inspiration. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operated by much the same autonomy. Does the breaching of taboos summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter to therefore frame the captured with an invented transgression? If the powers so desired to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they only needed to decree that should he bear the lot of a Nobi, such as what S-Corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, or you're saying? Or me, perhaps, or none of us. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Shinako generated by distortions? That is a plausible conjecture. So many big words out here, reading them out here. You're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Shinokos have appeared as the motive for this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chinooks suggests a possible correspondence to Yiseng's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens this hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from bamboo-headed Kim or Angdu's memories. Angdu further her brow and fell into thought as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings. But this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. I can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Pop! Speaking of which, my eyes! The right flash of light suddenly drowned my vision together as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Ah, if only the tailor was here. Crack of this would have been a piece of cake. Other will look to, And we're back, so this is why he kept asking whether we see anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into a distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? Self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chinooks. Chinooks, it's probably our best bet. How do you even say that? Oh, time to type it out. Chinoko. Chinoko. Even know Chinooks. Romanticized Korean word for slave hunter taboo, yeah. Every time we do take a job, Sako just slips off without telling anyone. It's the one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something. Yep, I found where Bamboo-headed Kim is right now. And where, pray tell, is he? Probably with Those fellas, huh?
시연은 어떠셨나요?
Goodness
소생은 나름의
gracious.
소득을 얻었다고 생각합니다만 이들의 수급을 들고 돌아가 주인님을 뵌다면
Is there really
어쩌면
no?
이번에야말로 지혜성의 이름을 입에 올리실지도 모르겠군요.
It's a very easy. This would be for the best, huh? He must be. Yeah, I use the same eagles as I do. There any Otises? People start finally putting people start finally. Ah, but you suck. Sort of sucks. It doesn't suck per se. It's more so the fight. Jesus Christ! Just slot in middle Otis real quick. Dimensional Shredder? Really? I guess that makes sense considering it is a. But then to use Sun Shower. Skate 2 Protection is also Korean inspired, I think, or something about Korean. So. Oh, you'll use that Sinclair, I guess. Ugh, sneezing.
드디어 내 차례냐?
검은 칼
명령이라면
베어내겠습니다.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
검은
명령이라면
검은 갈아뒀다. 베어내겠습니다.
명령이
잠깐.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리?
Average level is 55, don't worry about it. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. What the hell? What's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their get-up, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well, we could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, he just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved up a whole lot of trouble if he had it, right? Boy, so it's my fault. Those bastards look like they're nicking stuff. This is our contact area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe the air coupons in their pockets the second they got the chance. Oh, how many months are you gonna milk that? That's funny. Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, right? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your trope performance? Damn, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine margarita to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy. Yeah, that guy's an enemy, alright, let's go kick his ass. He has a name tag though. I think it says, LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? I'm not supposed to put out with every bastard having to dig at me. Oh dear. Such bold swings. Then I was an encore to that performance, huh? You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Rat. Wow, he took out all those dope-wearing people with just a singular strike. I'd say that covers the price of a minute for your trip, circus, wouldn't you? Well, then, I'll leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and merman tails never linger on the stage for long, after all. And we're talking about merman as well. This is like right up my alley. Well, no, all of this is right up my alley, but I do know a fair share about merman stuff. Or the merman world. Boy, where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it.
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는
No.
징조가 보입니다만
Alright.
관리자님의 전술력과 제 지시만
This is
있다면
weird
그다지
too.
위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
Can't say the music doesn't go hard though. Like, I like the music a lot. This is some really cool music, honestly. And I just got the vocal credit, fucking ow. The vocal credit and Blade Idiots fighting together. Yeah.
중앙본부에서 전파할게. 지금부터 제압 임무를 시작할 거야. 언제나 하는 일이지만 항상 꼼꼼하게 하라고. 최선을 다할 거라고 믿어.
Where do we use this? Oh yeah, this is just 3? Hold on, I know it said that like this is all around, huh? I know it said that like it uses less stuff, I guess, but man, just you're telling me I could straight up spam this a lot? That's actually kind of crazy. That's an HE too. For the cost of that, just it being 3, right, is kind of
효율적인
insane,
근처로
actually.
개체를 뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지
And it has
않아요.
attack weight as well. Truly, we've come back all the way with Blade Lineage being strong yet again.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체 얘기도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면
You guys rolled
다른
rather high.
직원에게 도움이 될지도 몰라.
클리포트 억지력이
Yeah,
높아진
then you
지금
shoot double.
서둘러 제압을 마치는 게 좋을 거야, 관리자님.
Again, I think the music's pretty cool.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
독이 피었잖아.
괜찮은 공격이네. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Seems like I'm not doing any damage whatsoever, huh? Oh well, can you do about it, I guess? What the? What the? What the hell?
이제 제압 작업을 하기 더 수월해지겠어. 기회를 놓치면
We're fighting N-Corp, I guess? I see N-Corp class 2. What the? Okay. Okay, suddenly N-Corp, I guess. Hi, hello. So what's up with you guys? Briefcase corner. Pinning mail. I can't wait when we get more N-Corp, fellas, I guess. Wait, it's... Okay. Pinning nail. Intelligence obsession. Right. Oh, I should have taken a picture of the entire place as well, huh? You set my curiosity as to what the hell's happening here.
적에게
What is
치명상을
happening
입혔군요.
here? Because suddenly just a random camera flash and now we're fighting
당신이
N-Corp
생각하는
guys.
것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고. 제가 늘
No, we're
말씀드렸죠.
not incapacitating those said N-Corp guys. I don't think we are, considering what we're doing here during resistance. I don't know.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Please, not to kill only. Whoa, Sword of the Homeland.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
It'd be a little awkward if you bled out. Yeah, right. That is a little awkward that you bled out. I didn't think you would, bleed out that fast. Truth be told.
볼일이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
Oh, now we're doing some damage at least. Whoa, you claim their bones. Whoa, it yielded my flesh to claim their bones. That's special. It's a bit more special animation right there too.
유익한 책이 또
I
하나
think that's
늘었네.
cool.
도시에는 내가
Pretty cool. Sorry, I didn't let you finish. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, and did a runner before anyone could grab him. Yeah. Right. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. So, got an interesting room in here. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried profound design. He had never left his post without purpose so far. Now, I get it, okay, but come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and slipping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie. Wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Right. Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCE was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automaticons who would lock down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemies out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facility team managed to get the comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCE to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. Oh, interesting. Write that down. So yeah, he didn't participate, but also, hey, he still did his job at the end of the day, so... and he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder, so yeah, he ended up standing in bed like a good patient, and a lot of pain. And the soldier's not entirely deserving of free approach. Nope, he's less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in, saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gives him any instructions? Luke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, isn't it? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockett couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into a battle, innit? Then, well, could be Vogue's got some stupidly sharp head on him and pieced things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I got a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shit too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scaring about. He do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. Let's clip that. That's like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they kill and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and boss knew it played out that way. Sorry, this really sounds like Barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere coincidence, or no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was but one many among such coincidences. Is that so? Not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. I wouldn't have kept working so nearly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people would call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not sit does not see fit to explain each step as he takes. When all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I'd ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him as of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began. Hesitated and stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That's it. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the palace, the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I had myself clipped warning. This was coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Mersault, where are you? Ah, there he is. In that corner. Is he washing something? I'm developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. How about the music, too? So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh, you think you know how to print photographs, pal? What's that for, anyway? He expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. Right. Getting glimpses of Marcel in this intervallo, because his canto is next. I see. A photo studio first, and now a dark room. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of the distortion rests upon a photographer. Right, yeah? The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where'd you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the location in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to be taken at various places in N-Corp's district buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Ooh. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a photographer. Mitchell chimed in, holding up an odd, cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Incorp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of a professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these photographers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job. Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. You do know a lot about Incorp, huh? I mean, yeah, granted you work there, but it's still interesting nonetheless. A photographer. How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into a distortion? Decent job? Maybe. Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they are a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are ways of processing film rolls, but in NCorp you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solutions to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio. Huh, yeah, now that you mentioned it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh, this probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right, manager. Marcel came to my side quietly, still giving the strained cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instructions to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battles open the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I've adjusted to necessarily to make a separate request. Battle. There is no need for concern. I am incapable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after NCorp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Honglu, and Senator Gregor have battled Pinframe's team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Marcel is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Marcel, you. You should have warned us earlier. Understood, manager. I'll follow that instruction going forward. Thank you. Thank you, Marcel. Very cool.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을
If I can
때까지
get the new Honglu.
이 기세를
Nope, you're just
잃지
way too expensive to get. Photos. Something so with me. Amid the distorted sprawl of Escort Backstreet, Songdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long stretched line across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I was thinking for a criminal at first to give me little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they'd been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observations of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed in the images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Marcel stepped forward and plucked a few photos off. And the instant he brought them to me, I heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Marcel is very active in this canto. I mean, I'm sure he's active usually, but in here, he's being exceptionally more interactive and talkative. Good grief, the distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keep switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. As soon as I get caught a flashbang detonation, my old body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sitters were busy grumbling about the distortion and sudden jumps, except for Mersault, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motion. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no for cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. Look like L-Corp nuggets. What is that picture at the end, man? That looks... If I had to picture one similarity between them, though, they all look cold and different. Yeah, that's the same, alright? Why the fuck you see anywhere? These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scene around us just seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Fosk if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. You should probably say something. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I got a clock for a head? No. Marcel must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment because he seemed to pause before answering my question. No, I thought you said Dog refers to take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magus and Cypher. There is not known method for external parties to access them. So, Cypher, what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experience, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magus and Cypher. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself, though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed-based content of canned experience, known as experience matter, is supplied to reprocessing factories where photographers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why photographers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another member may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. The demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing day by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, Manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is low in demand. Why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhaps they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it costs an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help them take the picture. But why? I mean, I guess maybe an N-Corp, but I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on a film roll, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leaving through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and the Du would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even the distortion. And that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced. I think our next stop should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Young Du, can you get me the office catalog? We probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Someone tell Ezra we're fine. I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC? I think she said, do we regroup clock? That was one especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Heh. Rody is with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rody, are you there? Yeah, what? Dante wants to talk? One second. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over there. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything? Neat! Can you grab an extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? Let me go snack on something real quick. Speaking of snacks. Ah, I'm back. Whew. Hubba hubba. A lot of information to record. Alright, just looking through stuff. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. This guy was rallying again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a second if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what is this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Marshall had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? There's distortions afoot. There's distortions afoot. Swaggy woohoo distortions. So 25, 21. No way, I already that. Let's see. Cans. What, are you getting a can of experience? Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 7 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. I haven't seen him around lately, though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, photos showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of the regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy of it in her voice gave me pause. He took a photograph of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you were well acquainted with him? Oh, that. Well, you're not getting the most pleasant look. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed it to the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron's pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give these canned experiences free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the doggraph of the building of my choice. He doggraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes the work trips to the nest every now and then, so I asked him to get a doggraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. How does that exactly work? Like, you know, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dream, a blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Mersault, the canned experience is truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's curtains. The maintain in high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one purpose to... No, fuck. A magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess my own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience batter mixed in with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory, therefore it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. The piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the canner's production line is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in a previous statement must also be amended. Memory is altered for intense emulation. That does sound quite shady. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by the can experience are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. So a bit like a drug. A possible cause of the formation of dependence pattern is that canned experience allows one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible, although implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams toward an instant-use cans. Or still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendid a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, do you guys hear that whenever okay, never mind, you don't hear me when it'd be kind of annoying if you heard me taking a screenshot every 5 seconds. Verily, there is not all the significance of dream itself if the results of dream arouses not the spirit to gallop towards it. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. Well, they sure do from the sound of it. It's kind of sad, though. I mean, sure, there are some dreams that you could never experience, but still, experiencing it or eating it, I guess, like that, I don't think is a healthy way, right? So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? My case was on point, actually. With the whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. No one was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelves already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? You ain't even gotta ask. Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. What are you ready for? Ricky, where's the bread? God. Ezra's angry face dove straight into Kim's solar plexus, while he waved to the crowd like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Mercer approached me as we walked down the street with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film on that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. You really do know a lot about this stuff, huh, buddy? I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see it too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is it the same person in every shot, and the same pose in all of them? Yeah, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frame on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, and nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. The class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Oh, right, so wait, then is it just video time? It's in the district, right. So photography is fine, but video is not, apparently. Huh. Right. Taboo hunters. I guess we're just using this Sinclair for everything, huh? Oh, where's my Sinclair? Not the thumb Sinclair. As funny as it would be to use thumb Sinclair, no, not Sinclair. Not that Sinclair. Not that certain Sinclair. Oh, crap. As soon as I registered Mersault's word, my hands reflectively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind begins to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to a time when Don Quixote smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but Some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many overlooked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual look of lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. I mean, yeah, we've been through quite a few things, huh? Mr. Miss Foss, what will happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. You're not dying. We'll be fine. N-Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be A-okay. There's a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of the film roll and that... Sorry. Right. Right. Shit. That is technically true, huh? Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But... Team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding imagery quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sicking their fixtures out on our butts right away. And that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. Well, that's rather odd, isn't it? So, even if we really, really unlucky, and they actually come after us, we'll be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. So, what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Mersault, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Mersault. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent... without waiting for Otis... Okay. Without waiting for Mersault to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. I must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close you could get to violating a taboo and testing the limit of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up at the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The dogographer couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression written on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observed closer, the stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That is when bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadows cast on the window still. See how it notably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. And the likely scenario must be that the creator of this realm world deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film world does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Phew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seemed reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? What motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the Nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? A sudden feeling you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about that what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo-headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the back streets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on, it'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. Why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. So, it seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he'd stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo event corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any sane mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector, and that Backstreet Bugs are down for anything long as there's coin. Oh, so how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or convention. Just tell people who look like they're involved in what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, at architectural conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the conventional venue. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Or collect evidence? Whose advice for? They also radio each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at. Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Why? We're just like unfortunate people doing a job. What do you want from us, man?
곤란하네.
Yeah, you guys do have
잘 지낼 자신이 있지만 관리자님은 예외거든.
you guys weirdly do have you know, give Ezra and kill this guy here. Sword of the Homeland. It's weird that you do piercing when it looks more like you're doing slashing, but you know, it's whatever, I guess. Okay. Ow. So punch.
검.
너희도 이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면 능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록.
Damn, you already have your ego? Oh, sure, why not?
취합니다.
Let's not use everything in one. Yeah, crap, I didn't even look at who she was fighting at all, huh? I wouldn't kill you that fast, would it?
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데
Alright,
멀쩡한
man.
가 남아 있었나 봐.
Roll high, why don't you?
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 이도 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
I mean, nice if you don't accidentally kill the guy that I was intending to save.
먹지.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래?
흉터의
영상을
매뉴얼을
남기면
만들어두길
다른
잘했네.
직원에게도 도움이 되지.
그렇게만 해.
Whoa, Sword of the Homeland. What exactly is this ego then?
숨을 거두리라.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
갑니다.
Yeah, I mean, like, what exactly is this then? So is there even any other Blade lineage members that are even alive, or is it just these two that are alive?
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Thank you, guys, are very cool.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
흉터의 경우야.
제압 개체에게 테이크를 준 것 같아.
흐드러지게.
이 팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어. 이건 직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황을 개체를 제압하는 데
Struggling,
이용할
you
수
say.
있을지가.
Perfect. That's perfect. That's just what I needed.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
달빛이 밝다. 그 문까지 밝진 않아.
Okay. Alright, yeah, get destroyed, Lamal.
엄청나게 강한 일격을. 그냥
That's a bit crazy how cheap it is too, by the way. Is, you know,
이런 제압은 회사에겐 효율적일지는 몰라도 직원들의 희생이 항상 뒤따르는 거지. 그 희생을 값싼 대가로
well,
여기는
get
게
your
아니라
kabir.
현상체 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마.
이제야
이곳의
회사가
목적이
정상으로
그런 게
돌아갔네.
아니란
As we are seeing,
있잖아.
너희들도
You know,
고생
you-
많았어. 티페리트, 너도.
get, summoned into the fight, even though it's not you and it's the identity, yeah.
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
What's different about those
정착지를
guys?
찾을 때까지
I seem
이
any different to
기세를
me.
잃지 않기를.
To its obsession. Yeah, this is the second pass road near the end. How many more is there? And the 22. This is the last part. It only takes a while because I screenshot a lot of stuff and whatnot.
너희도 이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면 능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Yeah.
이야.
Kind of more peaceful though, that's for sure. This fight here. I kind of expected to like they get crazy or something. I guess. I don't know.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래?
Now, why are we not clashing well? Well, buddy.
유행이 될지도 몰라.
소 펀치. 어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한. 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하다.
Again, the fact that it only takes like 3 poise, and that's still kind of crazy, you know.
못 찾으게!
3 poise and 1 rats for a HE is kind of crazy, all things considered. And it's a cool looking ego too.
망을 참아.
Look at it, it has a cool animation and it Mercer looks cool.
숨을 거두리라.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어.
키테르트, 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
There's so many of these guys around, they really are just searching for the guy, huh?
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
이 비었잖아!
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
It still is odd to me. The taboo of taking footage in particular, right? Whoa, get bladed. Get bladed, and there's something you can do. Ho ho ho.
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같아.
Wow, paralysis Cooper, I guess. Shit hurts, man.
다들 평소보다 의욕적이야. 이런 분위기는 흔치 않아서 설레이네.
쓸데없이 흥분한 걸 수도 있지. 뭐 나쁜 건 아니기도 하고.
못 찾으게!
Really doing no damage at all either. Just like ever so slightly doing damage, man. If I had Otis on the team as well, it would have been even slower. Like, man, does this suck?
소리와 호흡을 멈추고.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다.
It's just so slow. Like, I feel like I'd be doing so much more damage with other identities and stuff, but whatever.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
죄를 새겨주겠소. 흉터의 결과요.
That should be yeah, it's a bit overkill, I guess. I don't know.
뭘 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
Yet again, another identity that just has an ego tailor-made for him, huh?
적당히
For Mersault, anyways. Because, like, a lot of the egos, like, a lot of the egos are just tailor-made for some of his identities, you know?
적에게
Like,
치명상을 입혔군요.
They're, like, just made for him.
당신이 생각하는
And it's so odd.
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고.
Maybe that's just coincidence, or maybe that's just,
저는 언제나
our number
믿음을
one
원합니다.
director just having favoritism, but, Ah.
삼켜지기 전에 되겠다.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Oh well. Whoa, give us more Blade lineage members, I guess.
조금만 더 힘내자.
시연합니다.
이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지
이번에도
않았어.
멋지게 해냈네.
Maybe Uptide 5 will make them better or something, I guess.
당신의 노고는
Yeah.
이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조.
Hopefully, I mean, like for example, like Blade lineage Otis is like
하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
questionable to
승부수가
use.
먹혀들었군. 판세는
Oh.
완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
Let's cut that one.
정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않게.
Oh.
그대
Play of the stage, you
이kom이
say?
필요하오.
That'll be a challenge. What a WOT. Whew. Well, at least not much of a fighter one-on-one. So this class is not a combat specialized department. Well, they all have gone the basic training for exigent circumstances. They are not brought prepared for head-on conflicts such as this one. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are you snapping our way for then? Must be around all backs like a little creeps. Liking photos to include in the report for the higher upside wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they follow the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Mersault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What he wishes to say? Was he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notion in his mind? His silence should have been different from his usual entrance, and as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Mersault was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. He was like a stranger. Yes, manager? Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say. I aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager, I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply is completely concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him that this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing the words. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing the words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. You had to prepare an answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like these. Ah, he really is prepared, huh? Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt "sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. It would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because that precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your questions accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after a year of traveling together? I suppose that is not up for me to judge as well. Manager. What? Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're far out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes intent up there. Ah, gotcha. We're right there. The brief level of battle came to a close, and battling enemies were arrived precisely at the time Mersault had predicted. We made our way into the building. Oh yeah, them blokes we fought downstairs might have been the weaker ones of the bunch. Why does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Haha, it is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprits were left alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subjugate reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do they think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. Can't we talk this out like, hey, we're from Limbus, hi, you're from N-Corp, let's talk it out. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room getting defuzed with a metallic well of some kind of machinery? What even is this picture over here? This thing here. And immediately I could tell what it was. Is that? Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on Chinook's face in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, shoot your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. This is panic and creeping in the vices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Mentor. Eyes open, Hangdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in court gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyways. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure and period while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. This thing's so creepy. This is so creepy. This is so oddly creepy. And this was its message, delivering via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up flooding this place. I'll have you blindly consume fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224, you are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now, fulfill your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... This foolery, but with this buffoonery in the absence of fools. The hollow vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, gets not even a brawl of echo to the dogged excavation of tools. What was this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang. Without even so much as turning around, Babu-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whims guide me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up fighting this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentence over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted past all words and reason? I mean, if everyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I'm no different from this abomination. Just as we wield that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I've really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, leaving both friends and foe unstrained. Hey, Junior, am I still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere rounds before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Interesting that you mentioned the Time Ripper. The enduring dead followers before the eyes of the mentor, simply unconscious. Good as hell, as one might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. All of you blindly consume fake experiences for life. You care about the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Marcel's eyebrows twitch. The battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. Ah! A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. When it did, the first thing that came into my view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by Bamba-headed Kim surrounded by a small army of Chinook. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shot me dead. Shot me death, I can do. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat. Will the mind bind and drag you away? This isn't bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I was staying far and wandering all day for the exact reason, and so that was its mechanism. Lost? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Fosk what she meant. To the one who finds comfort setting in lies, I give you what most deserve your gaze. Stop! My eyes! Stop flashbanging me! Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Mersault identified, there was something different about the group at Chinook this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor wielding a sword that was just as tall. Oh, who the hell are you? That armor, and great Hondo of the South Circle. To be reunited in such manner. Who are you? The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. An arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Kyung-up, how you fare, friend? Oh. That name also sounds oddly familiar. Who's this? The evil line. In detail, me is for discuss banner. Dog breeding meat industry, huh? The bad for us, so. Ah, here we go. Im Gyung-yup was a Korean general during the Joseon period. He participated in Korea's war against the later Jin invasion of Joseon and King invasion of Joseon in the 17th century. After main forces surrounded the camp, Im Gyung-yup was killed by soldiers hired by Kim Sol-sum. So, wait, then... So, is this the actual Kim? Huh. Interesting. So, this is a war general. At the signal arrows loosing, sees the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. With the air-splitting sound as the cue, the Chinook began to swarm us. So we're gonna fight this guy, huh? Do we have Bamboo-headed Kim with us? Do we have 2 Bamboo-headed Kims with us? No, not yet. Holy moly, you're one big fucking dude. Who the hell are you? Swordplay of the Homeland. Battle of the 4-month Homeland Buron. The summative battle of the Panameter Circle. The Mount of Escorp's district 19 are home to all manners of beasts. Among them, the bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charges as ill-advised, one must aim to hew it down with the first flash of the blade. Swordplay of the Homeland. So, let's go use the minimax of it all this units. Okay. Legion Brigade. When getting this effect, gain shield equal to 10% of the units max shield for every stack. Gain 1 defense. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10. Again, another bleed and poise user, I guess. No text for this one. Develop memories upon entering 0 memories stack, retreat entrances to different location. Tiger hunt. Just random lore about S-Corp. He's so creepy too. The damn pictures on him is so creepy. It really does give me the vibe I had back in LobCorp when seeing a few abnormalities, like, for example, Schadenfreude gate. Looking at Schadenfreude gave me this vibe. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it is felled at last. Failed to do so, and the tiger will escape death, so proceed its opponent to one day grow into a sanguine, a lord of the mountain, with Singun. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men or return as malevolent calamities is impossible to tell. Right. Brigade, yeah, getting the effective, this change patterns now. The Eastern Warstrand armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Jun Briganden is one example of such armor. Much like R-Corp's power armor suits and the full-plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Jung Brigade greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that Eastern Warstride armors are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique color controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as well as the aforementioned armors, once a rider as familiar as himself with the Jung Brigade's extended reach and high power output, he became a machine of war that strode across battlefields with a promise of slaughter. More lore about S. Like again, there's just so much so much lore about S Corp here, which I like. The Sword of the Homeland S Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship is also divided into 3 branches: Sol, Bi, and Beyond. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Sunguns. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great hundo capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. That's right. Nationalize the president, then clash again 2 points. It's very easy to So yeah, those who preserve in training for the lack of talent, there, and those who are blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds. I shall perverse in owning my prowess. Well, this certainly is interesting, I cannot lie. Oh, I guess let's fight some distorted fellows. It'll take a hot minute though, considering, you know, ow. Youch. Oxford. My god, you have an ungodly amount of shield, it would seem. This is the exact memory of the individual, I guess, that you fought against Octem.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛이 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
just doing all that. I should really have you clash with stuff instead, huh? Yikes. So much random escort below her. I like it though. We love to see it, so this fight's gonna take a while, cause man. Whoa. Turn into your funny form.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Well, I'm thankful that you won and didn't lose that. I'm waiting until the fight just suddenly turns really hard out of nowhere, because it just feels like that's what happens, you know?
조용하지? 언제 봐도 믿기지 않아. 이렇게나 조용한 곳이 곧 아비규환으로 변할 거란 사실이.
The music went crazy. Ah!
즐겁겠군.
Yeah, go Ezra. Shooting a bow at me. Whoa. Claim his bones. The bones have been claimed. Nerd.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한
It's kind of funny we can have two Engdus on the field if you get Ishmael. I hope that like when you have Engdu Ishmael, Engdu the actual one like comments like, huh, that's interesting, or something like that along those lines, because it'd be interesting. Like if I saw some guy turning to me, I'd be like, huh. Well, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say other than that's pretty interesting of you to do.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
That's right. And you turn to
샴페인을
the
가져오기엔
test.
너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면
Interesting.
모두의 희생을
So did you turn into an abnormality when you distorted? It says you're a test. Well, if I focus all my attacks on you, it should be fine, right?
즐겁겠군.
I mean, yeah, go ahead and do all that, I guess.
저 활활 타는 마음도 오래 가지 못할 거야. 식기
So you're suddenly going to change or something.
괜찮겠지.
From memory to record, if the battlefield is returned from S-Corp to N-Corp, this turn heal for its peoples and the location types for a while. This unit cannot be killed and does not take any damage or sources other than skills damage from skill that antagonist uses the main target. This unit's speed is fixed to 1. The memory transition reaches 0 stack of this unit's speed with an active file effects. Remove self and N-Corp class from counter. Return I'm going to do is counter. So I do have to just murder you, I guess.
즐겁겠군.
Thanks, Dungo. But from the sound of it, it looks like you turn into an app now, because distortions can do that now, apparently.
끔찍한 일이 벌어지기 전에 제압했네. 잘했어, 관리자님.
갑니다.
Well, I could have them do like target the other guy and not randomly target the other fellows, you know?
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
I quite like this intervalo. I'm excited to see Murtaugh's story. Not saying like like for me, cause like I don't know. For me, when I was going through Ryoshu's story, I mean, I liked it a lot, but at the same time, it's kind of like I don't know. It just me. I feel like there could have been more. I guess maybe I don't know. I mean, there's already plenty. It's just me being greedy, but I don't know.
먹지.
Ouch.
목이 비었잖아.
검수망 모드.
Slowly doing damage.
직원들이 개체를 제압하는 데 성공했어요. 이걸로 많은 피해를 예방할 수 있을 거예요.
즐겁겠군.
What shielding, man? Whoa. Whoa, give me another swig.
재밌네.
Now that I think about it, you did kind of return back to, wow, okay, yeah, do all that damage, Queen.
야.
Thankfully, this is but a fragment of the whatever the hell this guy was that you fought against, Kim. I know. I think it was below. I think it was below Star, the city where you can fight Kim. Ouch.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시고. 가리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Look at these women.
전부 쳐주게.
Nope, it wins. Yeah.
야.
Ah. Whoa. Whoa. I will claim your bones. Wow, this guy gets hit by anything, his thing just gets... He'll just immediately get staggered, that's so sad. Thankfully we have a grade, what, 3 or 2 fixer on our side? Actually, you don't even have any stagger bars is kind of crazy too, what the... Just roll between like a 15 and a 0? Excuse me.
그렇게 가만히 있으니 상처는 거기는
Whoa, good damage. Also, youch, youch, and youch.
곤란하네. 나는 어떤 사람과도 잘 지낼 자신이 있지만 관리자님은 예외거든. 관리자님과 희희낙낙하면서 지내는 건 내게도 버겁다고.
Sort of the homeland. I guess it's its way of replenishing the units on the field, huh? That's a weird abnormality. Bruh, your stagger is like literally right there, bro. There you go.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요. 하지만 아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠.
시연합니다.
Oh, need so much resources. Just thinking about like, oh man, I just gonna like need a bunch of resources to like upgrade stuff and whatnot. It's gonna be annoying. I'm gonna cry inside. And it's like,
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요. 무대배들.
I mean, at least we can kill one of these fellas, right?
아름다운 것.
No, I guess that was a bit overkill.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네. 지금처럼 적대를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
벤담은 사월을 건너
The silliest of things. Well, the shield is almost down, at least. How many turns are you supposed to even take this guy out, anyways? I didn't think about it. Yeah, like turn 12, I think. So wow, my little guys are slowly bleeding out.
아파도 참아주세요. 사람만큼 훌륭한 것을 만들어주는가.
Here's you go. That's crazy, you killed like 3 of them. What the hell? Youch. Well, maybe I'll upside for that ego, because what the hell, man, that was stupidly strong. Well, Fergus, trying not to be, like, well, Fergus fucking stuff, trying not to be strong.
기계는
Possible.
이대발의 말투를 쉽게 하지 않아.
그냥 5배! 방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
시연합니다.
Sheesh. Finally wanted to clash high, huh, pal?
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
No. Fight still ain't over. Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the cities, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close, not to mention our Ezra and Angdu here to help us out. But, shite, haven't they had enough? How about time they gave up, isn't it? Boy, don't you lock it, there you go, look at it again. A big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're to keep solving the distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our action's blocked, it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. Alright. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N Corp and S Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Gilp, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Langdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. Nancorp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employees' casualties in the air so close to the nest alerted Incorp to our location. How do we get out of this? Boss, notice? Help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about and instead relied on the sinners with possibly more experience on the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements Uncorp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Imgilp or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemy has already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. Maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Boss? Recommends entering the Dungeons of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeons of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back out of the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on the no in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords. Damn, even the keywords have lore. No way. There seems to be a location-type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, Suncorp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeons of the Fathoms from anywhere in it. Okay, so what's the keywords for this distortion, then? Oh no, I provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may perhaps experience maybe one of them. Yiseng puts his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the back lines. There's an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have fit in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience, the concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a thorough line to Ed Corp's technology that was core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, things fast. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? So that's what this strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused the rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the dungeons of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to destroy it. And going by the way your folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Yeah. If him going from like this cool, mysterious fellow to fucking, this, I love it so much. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where scraps come from. See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kind of mundanities comes to possess far more interesting qualities. Sometimes even revealing secrets invisible hands focus elsewhere. Take a person of interest to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And then went on until he found himself reduced to a puppy of barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. If he said was leave, the man has lost his grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rains drifts through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroaches from the earth, the mind begins to wander lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I'd seen on Tim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I'd seen that look once in the past. Though it'd be more accurate to say that I heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regrets. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo Kim. Photograph, can experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening the pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well, then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I've seen then, the gateways to one's fathoms. This is it, huh? Good stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle, preparing to engage in the families of hungry Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. I'm gonna follow us right in there if you run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so yeah, let's not drive ourselves in an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have a little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? Yeah, there's something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... what the fuck? Yeah. What a terrible fawn. Brunt. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easiest for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. And what lies what must be my very own, for that is what that abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Got us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn that the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last days of vacation into an all-nighter. I react, see Scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Oh. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework. Save the GPA! Truly. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand. Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. That's basically a monster of the week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problem though. I wanted to see how you guys handle the infliction point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Ah, well, I guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs with my chest. Oh, so Tim shooks his head and joined us, dragging his feet off. I shall take the vanguard. And to be warned that the entrance is flooding. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that with you. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried. Why don't you? Have you need of one? No! Look on her face. I made a jest. You needed to worry.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
Thanks.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Save the face
도시에는
the
내가
homework,
모르는
save the
것들이 많아.
GPA. That's so
이렇게 하나씩
dumb.
알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는
Is that really do it in
완벽히
15 turns? Just clear the
정착지를
stage, I
찾을
guess.
때까지 이
And I
기세를
assume
잃지
this would
않기.
be it. Face the fathoms. One last distortion.
제가 분명 말했죠?
Wow.
뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
What is this quality animation? That's what you know. Complete. Really? Alright. It's not enough. Well, speaking of fathoms, let's look into this guy's fathoms, why don't we? How much was that anyways? 280? Should be enough. So this fella here...
일이 나오시죠? 노비면 노비답게, 죄인이면 죄인답게. 이 오랏줄에 묶이시게.
What story do you got here? Time cut. Just up ahead, young man. Soon we shall find ourselves past the border of the T-Corp back streets. What? What happened to everyone else? All stand by the Chinooks, those vile wretches. So, sir, behind you. Look behind you. Gah! Gotcha. It is well into the late hours of the night, only a few minutes after the night of the back streets has passed. The child, hot on the heels of two residents who had chosen to use that precarious hour as cover to flee escort, threw a heavy lasso at one of them. The lasso was made from oats called ora, or scarlet bonds. The fugitive fell to the ground helplessly and was soon dragged before the child. No! Forget about me and flee. Go! The fugitive sat in a desperate attempt to at least get the boy out of there, but the child was a Chinook. The Chinookies never hunt alone. Unlike the royal censors who act under royal decree, Chinooks are fixers, each serving their own interests. And when the hunt begins, they form pacts with those among their ranks who stand to gain from the same pursuit. Can I trust you to handle the kid? Of course. I thought we had lost you in the maze of alleys. I commend your tenacity for what it is worth. I had to break it to you, but these parts are a common escape route for you fugitives. So thanks to you, I can navigate the entire network of alleys with my eyes closed. And you're proud of that. Proud? No, it's got nothing to do with pride. I've just been here enough times that I know it like the back of my hand. Those seeking a way out of S-Corp didn't have that many options, which made their routes rather predictable. They would often make for the borders between districts where their hunters know they are likely to turn up. In the cover of dark alleys, ways, the narrow spaces between collapsed walls and with abandoned homes were those who nowhere else to go find with what little refuge they were afforded. I was so mistaken. Refugees flee their homeland only knew that they were these places that Chinook were keen to look. But it wasn't like they had any alternatives. There weren't any other places to go anyway. I've already given up hopes of seeing S-Corp change for the better. I've given up. I no longer care about its current state of affairs. All I wanted is to put this place behind us and never look back. Yet you still pursue us with such doggedness. Why? Because it pays to bring you in, and who knows, maybe I'll land a big fish and climb my way up the ladder. There's something I've been wondering for a while, actually. Why does your kind flee? Do you expect something to change? There's nothing for you in the other districts. You think your life will improve once you make it to a different wing? The wings are all the same. There's nothing you penniless, powerless people can do to better your lives. Lash and struggle from within, flee to a different wing without, but nothing will change. Why do they flee knowing the risk to their lives? What could possibly be motivating them? The child failed to understand the drive between the desperation to flee, and he never will. You think we're fleeing in search of warmth and safety, in search of a home, nay, in search of anything. Wrong. We've grown, too weary to hope, too spent to expect even the faintest turn toward better days. We only seek to be free of this hell, free of this awful hell that will weave us from our families, our neighbors, and eventually our lives. Be careful what you wish for, because you might find an even worse hell at the end of your journey. That may be so. That may be so. A life more horrid than this may indeed await us. But to us who wish for nothing save liberty, and the uncertainties of tomorrow is a peril we would take with willing hearts. Someone happy with the resident's cryptic reply, the child stopped chatting with the captured Nobi, and the captive too fell quiet, eyes turned toward the direction where the Nobi boy had fled. After an interminable amount of the time spent in silence, the other Chinook returned, but instead of welcoming his return, the child responded with a click of his tongue. When he noticed that his pair came back empty-handed, evidently have lost the boy. Where's the boy? Got stopped by some new upstart syndicate. Said I was to cough up a toll if I wanted to get past them. That can't be helped, I guess. We're running a business after all, and they do incur unnecessary expenses. As they were preparing to return the Nobis, the child noticed something that soured his mood. It was the look on the captured Nobi's face, a smile. The child frowned, puzzled by the fugitive's strange stare. Surely he knew that his treatment would only grow harsher once he was dragged back. What could possibly be smirking about? Curious, the child tugged on the scarlet bond tied to the fugitive and asked, "Oh boy, you got away. He's just a stranger to you, isn't he? Not even your kin. You do know they're going to punish you once you take him back, right?" For all that effort, all you managed was to help just one... For all your efforts, all you managed was to help just one another person escape. So tell me, what are you smiling for? The child's query was met with another quiet smile. What that smile carried, this child would never understand. Interesting. Yeah, voting lunacy, let's go. Nobi. Well, let's go into the fathomless. This guy's fathoms, right? Yeah, who even has bamboo-headed kids, huh? It's not too bad taking a stronger Sinclair, right? What was that one? Oh, you. Sure, why not, right? 여긴 어디래? If that is how everyone's been living in my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp too, right? Ooh. Is it? A mix of S-Corp and N-Corp, really. It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery. I wouldn't be surprised to find an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. This place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one expected. I'll say that people inhabit these lands for truth. Really, I think it has a cool vibe. As my foot, I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were besieged by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. And the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. But it sounds I'd contemplated in concentration how the folk here even had the will to live on. The shadow that began to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. With the distortion real to fathom those gazed into it, as Kim has said. Perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the consular, I would scale to the roof of that chogra and feel it wrestle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it'd be to be my respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I have witnessed myself with the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. Oh. It's his face. This dude's face. What a strange visitor I have. Whoa! It's cute. So before you had your cool aura stuff, still is cool. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree, it's unbecoming. A dog, really now. I can see you up there, lodging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. There's a spell of some sort befallen today. To have such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd? As a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lonely mercenary fares. You know me? Sincerely knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in watch-right armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. You a girl? A woman? Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Guillon, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certain in the habit of speaking hyperboles. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. Aha, not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical technique known as the backhanded compliment, in which I am damned you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? My, out of line, as they say. You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. And now, I'm just saying that if I were her, I would never let myself become friends with the other. Such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities that have a taste for prickleness. You've got friends in us, don't you? Fine, yeah, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same look that you took the joke well rather than responded by trying to cut off my head. You're out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, a bamboo rainer. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sin of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. What's this? Kim Lib. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scattered heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? Isn't it? Well, those super lives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just the words on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it as simple and spell it out as bamboo-headed Kim, thank you. Unless you continue to veer away from the line. I'd rather than be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed in ill manner, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. Still, if it feels safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and, stalking someone's not very principled of you. Sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, it's really a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me a free rein to continue trespassing outside the line. Couldn't in good conscience turn down such offer of kindness, not that I ever do. Sure have a way with words, a way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such jibs not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, could you tell us why she's been watching you? I was gazing in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Shukun. Save them for the festivities at Dano, while throwing rocks at the passerby. Fie on thee, that is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Vierville and Saul in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the peer and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree, found it cathartic. Oh, curious, then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Here you, so, what are the else describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Self-Pilpitio Industries. It is, known for its agriculture and whatnot. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city, the vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such division of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry, Soul, Bi, and Beyond, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Bio, responsible for meat and livestock, and P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution the AP faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they could provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intestines of yesteryear now lie sully as the Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers, blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to climb the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state constable and monopolize rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councilor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collide like of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Ho ho! Ho ho ho! And the people whom thou targeted with thy rocks were... they weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the consular find rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scaring rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh right about now. Just hardly expressing my gratitude, so that's all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive the Scarlet Aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with the expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, we're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. I don't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. No, I was going to do just that. So, when you'll stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever release drop. You're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Return to this Kogan when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Oh, we get to see her face. Ha! She's a funny one, hmm? Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was correct. Now that I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I'd left behind an escort. I must say, I found the relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of the Sol faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the Red Consulate who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that fellow was none other than military commissioner of Escort. Engdu's eyes had gone wide and shut, her voice rising unconsciously. There's news to me that you had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? The fact that we're learning about Kim's story too, because again, in Library of Runia, when you meet bamboo-headed Kim, all you know is that he was running from S-Corp, and he found his way into the library. After turning him into a book, he then come back to Limbus. So, I have to ask if we'll also see the others as well, or the other receptions from Library of Runia, which if so, I'm rather fond. I'd be rather fond of, like for example, library. Because then that would mean, no, let's go to the Wiki GG because it's better. Because then we'd have like, you know, like Mo's page, yeah, Cullen. Who are you? Diane, who's this one? Book office. Yeah, whatever. Let's see, Hook Office, Dark Alley, and I got a guy, Dark Alley, Backstreet Fixture. Does the Wiki DG just have stupid shit like this? Like, well, I mean, we already seen Book Volga. I mean, I'm letting these guys be generated. Yeah, Book of Jeekin. There's this guy here. Book of a Workshop, affiliate Book of Hanafuda. Yeah. See, we're seeing characters like these guys, or the Night Owls, who would, I believe, general receptions. Oh yeah, you got Backstreet, Hook Office, Urban Miss Class Syndicate, Grade 8 Fixers, Grade 7, Urban Class, Gax Gang, Rusted Chains, Jung's Office with Hanafuda, You got the Seven Association, you got the Blade lineage, which is what we're experiencing right now as we speak. Oh, and the Dong Huang as well. That'd be fun to see him. Right, Life Insurance, Leaflet Workshop. We've already seen the Night Owls as well. We've also seen plenty of the Ujat and Biard. Maybe we've heard of Biard. So I'm excited to see those guys again. Oh, that wasn't the service of the Red State Consular who was a First Order, you know. Well, that might be true, but yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from S-Corp. Yes, your silence of a matter of such great importance is why I've come to introduce you to the others as prestigious one, Mentor. Well, because because when you read it, so I believe it's in Library of Runia that it tells you why he's running from S-Corp, and that's because he killed a counselor because of his corruption. We had made the Blade lineage our home for S-Corp, availed no home for us but the lineage, but you, Mentor. I'd rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? There's a enchanted place seem intent on unearthing all of my paths, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of learning in his eyes before moving on, but followed without a word. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so still almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was the path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with a hush as of sword strung against sword. Yeah, sure, why not? Just how many people are fighting up there? Must pursue with caution, executive manager. There may be a battle underway. As soon as all look descriptive of the straight nose in the middle. Now, hold on. We stood readily in troubled silence. The sound of the war only grew louder and louder until they came to a silent stop. The top of it was a red accessory, the kind would hang at the bottom of the hilt. Oh. Interesting. Hmm. Just have you around, I guess. Just didn't really kill. I guess we'll just kill Lotus whenever we need to.
클리포트 억지력을 약화시켰어.
What the hell are you
이건 어쩔 수
guys?
없는 거야, 관리자님.
Hateful Blade Lineage Salso. Oh.
나는 되도록 그녀의 심기를 거스르고 싶지 않아.
The Bama-headed King is on the field game slash Huh? Oh shit, he's actually in our team. Brand number. Oh, no, he's right there. It's still so weird seeing you without the hat. So do you have your skills as well? So, what says you? Draw the sword, acupuncture, yield my flesh. Yes, man. Target the skill of the slurs is much better. Units. Damn, you get 2 slash damage off this turret? Hot damn, man. They claim their bones, yeah. You're level 81? That's actually kind of crazy. And funny. Fugitive. Upon entering the account first time, given brand. Bearing of assault suit. Poise one at 1 point countless 10. Actually, when the hell do you meet that? Actually, I didn't even check that. I wanted to check that. It's either you meet him at. That's not Urban Legends. It has to be higher, right? Urban Plague. Urban Nightmare. So it is Urban Nightmare. So below Star of the City. So he was pretty strong. Yeah, understand.
시연합니다.
I was wondering if you'd have every card that you had from Brunia, which I think you kind of do. And I think that's cool and funny.
다음에 다른 대체 얘기도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
클리포트 억지력이 높아진 지금 서둘러 제압을 마치는 게 좋을 거야, 관리자님.
대학 효과가 굉장히 좋았어.
살을
기록적인 피해량인 것 같다.
목이 피었잖아.
완전 선택이었구나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나
Oh, what kind of aura is this, man? Got your blue glowing eye and shit.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
된다. 사월을 보내.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna go and kill all these guys, I guess. Alright.
육참. 골단.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
이제야 회사가 정상으로
They
돌아갔네.
didn't have to use
이번
claim their
제압은
bones,
끝이야.
but no.
너희들도 고생 많았어. 티피리트, 너도.
Excuse me. As we were slowly taking a look around the streets of Esquire, but youth after vision entry, blah blah.
때가 되면
He's expanding that, wishing to better his own status. He took the royal examination and could do a public employment policy in Esquire and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was probably began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were guaranteed a guide, but there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the examining ground, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered off with the exam, searching for this girl that's bearing for himself in these alleys. He asked if we could help him with directions. What should we do? Sure, why not? Glory and pride. I know some of us in dragons here. It's meant to know better. Come on. Just get silent. Take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you passed the exam. But why would? For a good reason. Just do as I say and you'll thank me one day. Ah, it was your own truck. Hmm.
미호스로
I guess his defense stats today. Really? Interesting. How big is this dungeon? Ah, damn, it's big. Ooh, fathoms. Look at your mama.
마침내
팔에 팩이라도 묻었나? 아, 아니지. 저들이
된다.
기세등등하니
4월을
잠시 경계하세.
But yeah, it makes me wonder, because then I assume that the other guys would, or the other general exceptions and whatnot will be, talked about then, right?
전기가 남아있어.
Because, yeah, it even has a lot of lore, extensive lore about bamboo-hatted Kim and whatnot.
조금만 더
So I would
힘내서.
assume so.
이제 정말 대체 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
무대배들
It must be a little awkward though, playing, you know, these guys.
이정도로 나와 공을
These are all Blade lineage guys.
어쩐 일로 진짜 도움이 되는 걸 걸치고 오셨네요. 이대로 몰아넣으시죠.
무대배들
Again, must be awkward seeing, seeing your own self on the battlefield fighting.
숨을 거두리라.
Gotta lower this a little bit maybe.
그런 나이가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했다.
Sheesh, you clashing eye. My god, man.
흉터의 결과
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
You also gonna claim their bones? Oh my god, we just have two people claiming people's bones.
방금의 공격은 다른 팀에게도 보여줘야겠어요. 분명 배울 점이 많을 거예요.
We just have two people just claiming the other's bones ever so casually.
또 멋지게 해냈네.
It almost looks modded too, honestly.
당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해
You catch a
보이지만
glimpse of a figure
하나도
staring out
재미있는
from the
소리가
darkness of the inlet prison. Ha! I bet it came out of the sabu before he even fully exhales. Who goes there? Hmm. At least put a little effort in your eyes, huh? Yeah, pretend because that. Man.
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
Even more story here? No, can't be. My life is the experiences. The memories I've recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I'm returned to this day. His voice had dropped the same Morrow speech we had heard before. Mentor, I've been here before. Ah, have you had a peek into my memories when I destroyed it, did you? I must say, it's been embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Yeah. Kin grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude was but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. And this must be Indeed, the right state's counselors, he state. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. So Butch opened the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, undo. Take a tall step over or you might trip. Ah, there were bodies spread about the yard and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of this carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Were they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the consulate? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. And looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remember what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bad Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state counselor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt psychots whose chokehold on power is unclad. The most prominent among them, the left state consular, with the chief state consular's blessing, sought to build his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would have advocated against the corrupt. Private army? They're prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great house of H-Corp each have their own armies. It is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it'd be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to all be working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments playing alleged to different individuals rather than chief executive. What assassins had been in the past, at least one master had their allegiance. I thought this was no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recalled thinking it was odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state consular's power had grown to a loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate consulars of the royal court would have been. Foolish. Can't have failed you, consular. There were simply so many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the consular or die trying. Now, I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the consular's bedchamber. At the moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, had no poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state consular. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too eager a person to carry on your one, little consular, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that their favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the consular at least close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, son, bodyguard of the Red Consular. I see that you've been hard at work. Accursed parasite, I ought to flay you alive and drill the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here, I'm in the home of the Honorable Right State Consular, who tells day and night in service of the royal court. And now the assassins are set by the left state consular. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. For all those who live by the sword that are as couth as you, the cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anomalous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state consular arrived at the royal court. His audius, Contumelius, portrays as a friend not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered state consular has long been in disagreement with the right state consular on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he had personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble consular are slain, the bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the court, of the royal court. Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spot sounds the scrivel. I saw you men make their way into the consular's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The consular? Might you be looking for the right state consular here, alive as well? Oh, my lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state consular service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungum, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans." Right. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep your niece locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my race. The truth is, though Escorp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the river at the right state consular. A thousand curses upon the villain in his quest. Damn it. In his quest for the right to conceal his life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with Escorp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene ring. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the consular's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han. He does so villain. Han Nobe. Oh, damn. And the projector. And let the Hora bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend, you who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungum. And with that brand of a nobis up in your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gingop? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. Oh. So yeah, you did get betrayed. How will you live on now? I don't know. The consulars have abandoned me. There is no path forward. Philby is more corrupt than I had thought. Much into the core, this is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you started me on the test of the gambits in the next round. Why don't you start playing this unfair game where the opponents always start with stones so fickle that they would cast me down outright just because I let go of someone like you? You're a branded criminal in the eyes of the royal court. You're as good as inconsensual. They'll put that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. Interesting. Poor Kim. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things could be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. Right. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Hang up. Come with me. There's no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as you're playing the rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me it's the smallest 3. I'll manage to keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger you must enter its den, but wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, well done, your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to Escorp, that is all. Though I had left the red game, my records afterwards were stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade Lineage, became the mentor, dragged them into the library until I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gearing Up had let me go, I thought I escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was losing. I was in a losing play from the start. Titus times with this wildfire. The entire Blade Ladies went violently to the wall and approached us. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes be shame undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from the viewing photographs is malleable. And they must be after. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage would come back to life, they'd want to kill him. Probably, maybe, I don't know.
조용하지? 언제 봐도 믿기지 않아. 이렇게나 조용한 곳이 곧 아비규환으로 변할 거란 사실.
갑니다.
Oh yeah, we still have to get now.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만
Still so creepy.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
But no, we still do have any do in him. It's still odd seeing him, like, you know, just be here with us without the hat. Like, again, I've played with the guy with his page in Library of Runia for a little bit. And also, you know, seeing him in Limbus again was surprising, and now we're just having more to his story.
다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아 있었나 봐.
And the fact that he's like, yeah, so what do you got here? You want to overthrow and swear. On use, restore one light combat start. 2/stab, +1 spin. Next thing as well too. Play up my bones, yield my flesh, yeah.
제압 개체의 상태가 나빠졌어요. 다행이에요.
But I could never have this guy lose his damn,
불러야 할지도 모른다고 생각하고 있었는데.
damn, stuff, you know? Like for me, it never worked. Cause, alright, I didn't use them too often because, when trying to get to claim your bones, it was like, I just could never have him do it. But when I did do it, those were special moments. Special funny moments, I think.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
시야는
관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠.
이번에도
이런
멋지게
과정들을
해냈네.
통해
Again, it's still so weird seeing him without his hat. Because again, like playing, like having this dude for like, you know,
더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's throw in the guy. Hmm. That's the blade lineage for you. When people gather under one banner to form a syndicate, rogues will find their way in. They may call themselves blade lineage, but in truth they know better than brigades and highwaymen. Meditation sets prevention, keeping them close by others. Hmm. Aw. Uh-huh.
묘수로
Oh, neat. Wang. Yeah, what am I gonna see here? What am I gonna fight here?
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여. 즐겁겠군.
To be allowed to say I ain't, sleepy and tired. Willows. That's not good. Okay, why is it slash when, like, I swear, like, most of you guys do stuff with your sword, right?
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해. 저 손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Might have been a bit overkill then. I like how the mechanics for bamboo added Kim when allies are killed are just like a story. That's what I like about this game a lot too. Like, they do stuff like that when the mechanics also tell you about
뭐 어쩐 일로
the
진짜
character's
너무
story.
가지고 오셨네요. 이대로 몰아넣으시죠.
시연합니다.
살을 베어내고
검문 확보. 모든 검의 길에 한 걸음 더 가까이.
목이 비었잖아.
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같다.
Kill that guy. Okay, you didn't have to use your flight.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 희연. 적에게 치명성을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 이번에도 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 하나 늘었네. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 도시에는 내가
저는
모르는
언제나
것들이 많아. 옳은 말만 한답니다. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면
Thanks,
언젠간
Angela. Thank you
반드시
for the
찾을 수
compliments.
있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이
Now for
담긴
this.
단
예리한
하나의
검으로
책을.
하는 예술이 보고 싶었나?
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments bargain when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. And all that remains to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find him Gip in there. Young Hope was a woman of loyalty and principles, even as a military commissioner. She never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have been broken, or she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escorp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, it's not but a baseless speculation. You could sometimes call for me. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Simgup appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Being up wasn't like that. Being up... I still believe that Good Streets deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avarice corrupted, and that would be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I like this little image here. I'm just a wandering, floating. Yeah, I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the rivers continued to wind, carrying me back to Escort. Once I had fled, shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escort is? But your method, as it is now, go against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would. Want your back to knock on the gate of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You, at least, seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Oh. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Imyagilp, the second ordinance of the Salvanian Streets. I'm definitely not saying those right. Officer of the Sword and military commissioner to the royal court shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. This is a look on your face. Are you actually gonna see your face instead of her distorted self? Yep. Dear God, you're one tall woman. You're a one tall lady, man. Yeah, let's see what you got. Let me see what you got. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Pair splitter. There you go. God, you have so much health as well. Well, I'm not surprised. Only level 66 is weird. Oh. The 3-foot circles of cell beyond need to be made. The standard young brigades of escort have been deformed suited to their own doctrines. The olden tale says that the Sile has never been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The Hay averages the blood that spills forth from open wound flesh. From each open flesh wound turns into endurance on the battlefield. The VO takes the close of slaughter. They part one joint from the other, bringing the enemy to their knees, letting a blade through their neck bone, finish neglect after killing. Uh-huh. So. Yield my flesh, deal and take to 10 if I've ever again. This flesh I claim. Really? I guess I can get let one of these attack you. But yeah, my God, you're one tall woman, Jesus. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's because of the amount of armor you're wearing and all that. But goodness gracious, man.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상을 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지 제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어.
키페리트. 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
Are you using multiple skills that I didn't notice or something?
조용하지? 언제 봐도 믿기지 않아. 이렇게나 조용한 곳이 곧 아비규환으로 변할다는 사실.
This is only a fragment of your memory.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
How strong was this fella? I mean, must be another level 80 guy. Maybe another. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know they were strong. Blade Lanes was definitely strong. Maybe it's just my I'm just skewed on how strong they were because the library was also strong as well. Truth be told, considering they had
다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데
all the members in there
멀쩡한 장비가
and the
남아
many books
있었네.
of many things, but yeah.
야,
We like to say curious as to how strong these guys were.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
I could simply just do the Shrimple. Again, I'm just waiting for you to just whip out like some wacky woohoo stuff that just like immediately decimates me, and that is what I'm scared of.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Sheesh. Inflict more paralysis, why don't you?
싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
Man, I'm so sleepy.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
못 쳐주게!
Whoa. Yield my flesh to claim their bones. I wonder, can you even die? That's it. I mean, probably if my sinners die, huh? Ouch, by the way, jeez, man.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 무대 관리
Ouch,
쉽게 하지
ouch.
않아.
There goes one Blade Lineage member.
피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, what random bullshit that you get a whip out is gonna kill me instantly.
내가 그대를 기억하는 나에게서도 그대를 기억할 것이니 용맹하게 싸운 그대 곧 되돌아올 것을 고대하겠네.
Shit, you do go for the lowest one. I want to do this just so I can get a.
시연합니다.
To get HP. to get stacks and stuff. Yikes. That was not good. Hate to be bearer of bad news, but it ain't good.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
My god, you're suddenly just fucking clashing really high, it would seem.
조심하라고 말씀드렸지 않습니까?
Ah, there goes Don Quixote. Or not.
이 정도 시행착오는 가고 있어. 어차피 감정을. 잠깐. 그렇다고 무작정 맞으려는 말은 아니었는데.
Yeah, I'd like it if you did some more, man.
시안합니다.
Oh man, get him, buddy. I'm just sleepy at this point. It's like whatever, man.
정신 안 차려.
Like God,
이번이 거의 반죽은
I hope you'd win or something. Not get beat up like this, man. Not even my little guy, or not even those guys are doing anything useful. They're fucked. Bruh.
제대로 해. 그러다 죽어버리면 나를
별을
택할
잊지
거잖아.
못함이 서글프.
I'm even new.
나쁜 세피라로 만들려는 거야?
Oh. Jesus Christ, man.
거치적거리지만 마.
마음을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
달빛이 밝.
Here, my HP back, you bastard.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이
Now that most of the
우수하다는
blade
것을
lineage is
증명해준
dead, we
것
can,
같다. 다행이군요.
yeah, we do get a crap ton of buffs from it, so that's cool. I think that Ang also just like got destroyed, like decimated by that. It's like, man.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
한번 쳐주게!
Hey, dude, only slowly kill him. Also slowly bleeding out. Bleed is my favorite status effect, that's for sure.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저 이번엔 도움이
I don't
됐을까요?
even have any healing. He goes, what's I guess there is you, but like that's it. Like I don't. Like I don't think I have like enough healing for you exactly to
감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅기에 이런 수가 있었지. 자. 직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고
yeah,
하더군요.
one last claim to bones, I guess.
긍정적인 변화네요.
Losing my sanity be damned, bruh.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Thanks, Kim, for claiming your bones. How much damage we talking though? Yeah, let's hope you have enough healing. That's why I actually haven't seen you distorted for 6 healing. I'm almost expecting him to just blow up. The fact you're still alive somehow is surprising.
대로 잘했어.
Your HP shouldn't go down any lower, right?
프로그램을 진행한 건
That's my boy.
어렵지 않지? 이미 관찰 기록에 있는 유형대로만 공격하면 되잖아.
When the fuck did I apply that many bleed stacks to you? Holy moly.
훌륭했어.
That's all the paralysis.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 제압이 잘 진행되고 있어. 이대로면 큰 손실이 일어나기
They jump
전에
fast enough to
모든 게
just kill him.
안정화될 거야.
걱정할 필요가 없는 건 좋네. 잘했어.
Keyword is should be fast enough to kill him. There you go.
약점을
God,
잘 노리셨습니다.
she's not as powerful as I recall. Hit weighed down by the brand. I'm not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Barely. They appear evenly matched, yet it's really not so like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? Oh? Club black. So sleepy. What are you doing? You'd rather like your sword with mine than parry it away. Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of an escort is neck to neck. Clash after clash, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close finale. Fatal. Into a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let us finish this. Just as Bamboo had Kim and Aimgale readied for their final bout, Sangdu leaped in between them. Ah! I do! Are you really so ashamed that you choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can't stand sharing stick for watching the eyes of the heavens. What have I ever done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. It isn't about time I admitted that this game cannot be won, that Mentor, the weaknesses in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Mengdu, I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living, and your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it that this time that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weaknesses will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibility, ask not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Nor does your overbearing guilt help you overstate your importance. What is that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I've had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your liberty was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields at itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mensa, I know not what kind of shame and responsibility Emil Chu has, do you? Because I fail to see any. The shame does not subside still. You shroud your face with the bambooed hat of yours and live on so that you may repair your depths. Not of blades, not of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my turn to get next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Once did you hear that poem? Yes, when averted, a bamboo hat is like an unladed ship. Ungdu and Yunioba were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. Hold on, you're developing fucking ego in front of me? No, I have to. You're just fucking. You're just developing ego out of nowhere. Bruh. I expect Carmen to appear out of nowhere. I need to hear this poem. Well, although it seems that I had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. This guy really is just developing ego in front of me. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we don't know what next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but we'll just play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorting. I think that's... yeah. And the fluorescent, perhaps. Nothing is for certain. Indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, huh? I am not but a tool, wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not really that this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I'll take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates and the warm-armored woman named Gyope readjusts her grip on his sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but... no. Was that... was that Carmen that I saw for a split second? Oh, you. I need to see it for myself again. I really want to see it for myself. I look like bamboo-hatted Kim. Yeah, and the same thing. Now I fight to live. And I suppose you'll be okay with that. Yep. Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. And bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. And with wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. And mirth I doff that shroud do not adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Aye, to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-hatted Kim. Bamboo-hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Damn. To think one day we'd see you develop ego, huh?
이번 제압은 끝.
Photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photograph and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms have rolled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp's slowly lose grip on the world, and soon reveal that the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see no residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? The baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photograph who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life, and the photographs that I've taken are, oh, no, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photograph are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why we're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Marcel's face. I reflect upon the events of today, and at least began to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Marcel? Because experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them? I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. Huh. The figure materialized into humanoid form, swelling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. Next to him is another figure stepping out in a giant suit of armor. But blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet fate does if you grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Accused one, these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign ring while impersonating Chinooks of celebrating Hungry Trees. The crime of exploiting the suffering and celebrating Hungry Trees downtrodden as a mere veil for one known's fathoms. And though it would but be part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without a royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the Fate Mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on Dr. Winger's neck, decapitating him. Ain't that one hell of a picture? Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Since an instance has therefore never been observed, but as it's happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Ingham is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbled to the floor, Imgiup's sheepsly phased out of reality. We found ourselves back in the projection realm. And there... No, wait, don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured and corpse staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra was looking down at the headless body of the photographer. Well, I guess that's one way to solve a distortion.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
You did it. Yeah. One more.
정착지를 찾을 때까지
Jesus,
이
man.
기세를 잃지 않기를.
I only know other way other than up, so... Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. and that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Plugging your radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, it kind of sucks, but it's not like the eyes could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Oh, as for the LCD and the team leader to investigate, all in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from N-Corp. Not to mention satisfying our client, and also Nezra looked toward Endong and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real winner of this mission in my book. Phew-wee! Point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. Seeing that the responsibility of looking after your LCD's juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indulgences. You will not join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to, said a distant mentor. Oh, would you mind releasing the hem on my sleeve? Or what? I wouldn't give to my tiny pass out right about now. Yeah. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Engdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. But can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released. Whew, give me a good, heart shake. I don't feel so good. Dang, dude, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your helm released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop! I heard Fud's pieces while as I watched them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I could pop that right back in place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, I guess what happened the last time I let you do that. You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. This good show it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I have ought to ask thee a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Does thou recall how, as we battle the N-Corp's, pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? They are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated the taboos, forsooth. As we stood in the past, 'tis no mystery why they'd come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Why would they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. The only option for keeping a consistent record and tracking down a case or person is by photographs, which again is weird. Their word holds water. It's most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question from Mersal. Given how often I had to rely on the information Mersal had provided me in this mission, I think I've got enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I can't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seemed to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Mersal, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Is it me? I'd make a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what is the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebble crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? Uncorp. Oh, dang it, are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? And as he says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging this in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters. You're not gonna like, because in the Book of the Stranger, they do take Mersault and tell him of his crimes. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damaging compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on a different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. Excuse me? Hold on, Mersault, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Mersault did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Right. Please confirm that you are Mersault, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magician's Sifin headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's districts for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incidents has not been expunged and you are sound mind to recall it in its entirety. Confirmed. Very well, then keep in mind with the regulations, I hereby notify that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop! What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all of that. Did you know this would happen, Mersault? Mersault, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, and nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. And why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more of a reflex, but I need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organization? You're ours. When the bloody hell do you think you are? Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp wing. In the absence of reasonable justified cause, such as the contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. Oh, so it really is following the book. I mean, of course it did. They replied disappassionately as they took Marcel into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Oh, you're meshing the sun now, huh? Marcel, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would never seem out of place on an ordinary day. The sun, huh? What the hell did you do to get fucking... I mean, it's just like in the book, right? Because he also gets, you know, put on trial for whatever the hell he did. And that is the end of that. I had my fun. I liked it. Didn't expect the distortion fella to just casually behead the dude, but you know, happens to the best of us, right? Other than that, yeah, Next is Marcel's Kanto, which I'm excited to see. Again, I liked Ryoshu's Kanto, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. It felt a bit lackluster here and there, but I still liked it. But I'm excited to see Marcel's, especially because it's the guy that made it. I can't believe I always forget his name, but it's his The Stranger is one of his favorite books, and well, I'm excited to see how much love he poured into it. Not that I'm saying he doesn't pour love into everything, but you know, if I were him, I'd pour a lot of love into one of my more personal favorite characters, yeah, or books, and yeah, right. Other than that, um, I will see you guys around, I guess. I don't really have any other closing thoughts. That and my brain is turning into mush, so I'll see you around.